Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the depths of the old forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets as old as art itself, Pearl discovered something extraordinary. The morning mist still clung to the moss-covered trunks when she spotted them. Mushrooms unlike any found in even the most comprehensive hobbit foraging guides. They glowed with a soft blue light that pulsed like gentle heartbeats, their caps adorned with patterns that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. Pearl, known throughout Tuckborough for her unconventional interest in the stories of the elder days, knew better than to touch unknown fungi. But as she knelt to sketch them in her notebook, a sound like creaking timber echoed through the forest, followed by the distant crash of falling trees. The disturbance brought her attention to an alarming sight. The tree line at the forest's edge had changed. Where yesterday there had been open meadows leading to Farmer Maggot's fields, now stood a regiment of ancient oaks, their branches reaching like grasping fingers toward hobbit lands. The trees be walking again, came a sing-song voice that made Pearl jump. Behind her stood Tom Bombadil, his blue jacket bright against the forest's gloom, yellow boots muddy from his wanderings. But not of their own choosing. No, not this time. Something stirs their roots, dear Pearl, something that should have stayed sleeping before Pearl could question him further. Tom pointed to her sketches. Ah, the lights of Yavanna returned at last. Not seen since the Entwives tended their gardens in the days before the world grew old, his usually merry face grew serious. Best come with old Tom now. There's one you need to meet. If you're to understand what's awakening in the deep woods, they traveled deeper into the forest than Pearl had ever ventured, Tom singing songs that seemed to calm the increasingly agitated trees around them. At last, they came to a grove where sunlight filtered through leaves that shimmered like gold. In its center stood what appeared to be an ancient willow tree, its bark smooth and silver gray, its branches swaying though no wind blew. "Greetings, Fimbrithil," Tom called out, and Pearl gasped as the tree began to move. Not like the angry movements of Old Man Willow, but with a grace that spoke of ancient dignity. The trunk shifted, revealing features that might have been a face, aged beyond counting but undeniably feminine. So came a voice like rustling leaves. The mushrooms have revealed themselves at last. The Entwife, for that was what she was, turned her deep-set eyes toward Pearl. "I have watched your kind tend these lands since I first took root here, little gardener. Now I must ask for your help, for the balance of the forest is at stake." Fimbrithil explained how she had come to the Shire long ago, when the gardens of the Entwives were destroyed. She had chosen this place to preserve what remained of their art, the delicate balance between wild growth and gentle cultivation. The glowing mushrooms were part of that ancient knowledge, forming a network that connected and calmed the trees of the old forest. But something has corrupted the network, the Entwife sighed. The trees grow restless, their old anger awakening. They remember when men cut their kin with fire and axe, and they wish to take back what was once forest. If they are not calmed, they will continue to advance until the Shire itself is swallowed by their darkness. Pearl learned that she would need to find the source of the corruption and replant new colonies of the luminous mushrooms to restore the forest's harmony. But she wouldn't have to do it alone. Word spread quickly through the hidden networks of the Shire, and soon she had assembled an unlikely group of helpers. Young fast elf Brandybuck, who knew the secret paths of the old forest better than any other hobbit. Widow Rumble, an elderly hobbit known for her uncanny ability to make anything grow. And to everyone's surprise, a young badger who seemed to understand perfectly well what they were saying. Their quest took them to the darkest parts of the forest, where they discovered that a fragment of ancient evil, a splinter of darkness from the days when Sauron's shadow touched these lands, had taken root beneath a ring of black toadstools. It was poisoning the mushroom network, turning the forest's ancient memories of injury into active malice. Using knowledge taught by Fimbrithil, they worked to contain the darkness. Pearl planted the luminous mushrooms in a pattern resembling the stars of Elberth, while Widow Rumble sang the old growing songs she had learned from her grandmother. Fastolf and the badger dug channels to direct the clean water of the Withy Windle to the corrupted ground. The work was dangerous. More than once, they had to flee from suddenly animated trees, their branches reaching down like claws. Tom Bombadil would appear at crucial moments, his songs holding back the darkness long enough for them to complete another section of their work. Through it all, Pearl kept detailed notes, understanding that this knowledge must be preserved for future generations. The turning point came during the autumn equinox, when the moon was full and the mushrooms glowed their brightest. As Pearl planted the last cluster, completing the pattern, a wave of blue light pulsed through the forest floor. The network of mushrooms lit up like stars fallen to earth, and the trees shuddered, their anger giving way to peaceful slumber. Fimbrithil's voice rolled through the forest like distant thunder. The balance is restored, but it must be maintained. The Shire needs guardians who understand both the wild and the cultivated, the ancient and the new, and so was born the secret society of the Mushroom Shepherds, led by Pearl Took. They became the unwitting guardians of one of the last pieces of the Entwives' craft left in Middle-earth. Every generation, a few hobbits would be chosen to learn the old songs and tend the luminous mushrooms, ensuring that the boundary between the old forest and the Shire remained one of harmony rather than conflict. Pearl's notebook, filled with sketches of glowing mushrooms and transcriptions of Fimbrithil's teachings, became a treasured text passed down through generations of mushroom shepherds. And if you walk along the borders of the old forest on a moonless night, you might catch a glimpse of blue lights glowing among the roots of the trees, a reminder that even in the Fourth Age, when the elder magics were fading from the world, some enchantment still remained, tended by the smallest and most overlooked of Middle-earth's peoples. In the years that followed, hobbits would sometimes speak of seeing strange lights in the old forest, or hearing songs in ancient tongues drifting through the trees. But they slept peacefully in their beds, never knowing that their safety was preserved by a dedicated few who understood that sometimes the best walls between civilization and wilderness were built not of stone and wood, but of understanding and care. Story 2. The old floorboards of the prancing pony creaked beneath Meriadoc Triptree's feet as he dusted the countless leather-bound volumes in the inn's forgotten library. The young hobbit had always found comfort among books, even if most of his kin preferred the simple pleasures of pipeweed and ale. As twilight cast long shadows through the dusty windows, his fingers brushed against a tome that seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. Tales of the North Kingdom. Read the fading gold letters on its spine, and when Meriadoc opened it, a weathered map fluttered to the floor like an autumn leaf. The parchment was unlike anything he had ever seen in the Bree land archives. Delicate elvish script traced the contours of the Weather Hills, and at its center, marked with a star of silver ink that still gleamed after countless years, stood a tower he had never heard of. Minus Arthon the Eagle's Watch. Careful with that, young master, came a whisper that made Meriadoc jump. Nob, the inn's elderly servant, stood in the doorway, his eyes fixed on the map with an intensity that belied his usually cheerful demeanor. Some secrets of the old kingdom are best left in their dusty tombs, but it was too late for such warnings. That very evening, as Meriadoc studied the map by candlelight, a commotion erupted in the common room below. 3 rangers had arrived, their dark cloaks dripping with rain and blood. One of their own had vanished near the weather hills, they said, the 4th such disappearance in a fortnight. Among them was a figure who caught Meriadoc's attention shorter than the others, with a grace that seemed almost elvish. When their eyes met across the room, he knew she had noticed the map clutched in his hands. Later that night, she appeared at his door like a shadow. "I am Muriel," she said, lowering her hood to reveal dark hair streaked with silver. "And you have found something that many have sought." She spoke of her true heritage, then a descendant of the Dínadain of Arthdain, the last of a line sworn to guard secrets better forgotten. The tower on the map, she revealed, was no mere watchtower, but a sealed vault containing artifacts from the days when Angmar's shadow first darkened the north. "The disappearances are no accident," Muriel explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "Dark forces gather in the hills, seeking what lies beneath Minus Arthon. If they succeed in breaking its seals," she left the thought unfinished, but the gravity in her eyes spoke volumes. Dawn found an unlikely fellowship departing from Breeze East Gate, Meriadoc with his map and courage, Nob with his unexpected knowledge of old tales, and Muriel leading them into the wild. The weather hills rose before them, like the bones of ancient giants, wreathed in mist and memory. Their journey took them through lands where the boundaries between past and present seemed to blur. In hidden valleys, they found stone circles that hummed with forgotten magic. Muriel spoke of how her ancestors had woven spells of protection into the very rocks, creating sanctuaries against the darkness that once poured forth from Angmar. On their 3rd day, they discovered the first sign of what had happened to the missing rangers, a brooch bearing the star of the Dínadain, half buried in soil that bore strange crystalline patterns. "Dark magic," Muriel hissed, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. "The enemy is awakening things that should have remained sleeping." That night, they made camp in the ruins of an ancient farmstead. As they huddled around a small fire, Nob revealed why he had insisted on joining their quest. "I served another before the prancing pony," he said, his usually jovial face solemn. "A ranger chieftain who spoke of a day when Angmar's remnants would stir again. He entrusted me with a key, though I knew not what door it might open. From a leather pouch, he produced a small object wrapped in cloth, a key of strange black metal that seemed to absorb the firelight." Muriel gasped, recognizing it as the work of her forebears. "The key of Arthon," she breathed. "We thought it lost with the last king." Their path grew more treacherous as they ventured deeper into the hills. Ancient wards flickered to life at their passing, and in the distance, they heard the cries of creatures that had no place in the sunlit world. Meriadoc, despite his fear, found himself drawing on a courage he never knew he possessed. The blood of Bulroar Took might have run thin in the hobbits of Bree, but it had not disappeared entirely. Finally, as a red sun rose on their 5th day, they found Minus Arthon. The tower rose from a hollow in the hills like a blade thrust into the earth, its white stone untouched by the ages. But they were not alone in their discovery. Dark figures moved around its base, men in black robes, their faces marked with symbols that made Muriel's sword hand tremble. "Servants of the frozen crown," she whispered. "They seek to awaken what sleeps below, a weapon of the Witch King himself, preserved against the day of his return." What followed was both a battle and a race. While Muriel engaged the cultists with blade and ancient words of power, Meriadoc and Nob sought the tower's entrance. The key turned in a lock hidden beneath centuries of moss, and they descended into darkness. In the depths of Minus Arthon, they found both horror and hope. The missing rangers were there, trapped in crystals that pulsed with unholy light. And beneath them, in a chamber marked with warnings in a dozen tongues, lay an artifact of terrible power, the Crown of Ice, forged in the depths of Carn Diem to freeze the hearts of men. But Meriadoc, with his hobbit's practicality and pure heart, saw what must be done. While Nob worked to free the rangers, he approached the crown with the key of black metal. "Some doors," he said, remembering words from one of his beloved books, "are meant to be locked forever." The key, placed against the crown's icy surface, began to glow with an inner fire. Ancient magics recognized ancient magics, and in a flash of light that shook the hills, both crown and key dissolved into ash. Above, they found Muriel standing victorious among fallen cultists, though her sword arm bore a frost-touched wound that would never fully heal. The freed rangers, weak but alive, spoke of dark dreams and darker purposes, of an evil that had almost awakened. As they made their way back to Bree, Mary Addock understood that he had become part of something larger than himself, not just a preserver of old tales, but a maker of new ones. The map that had started their quest now hangs in the Prancing Pony's library, a reminder that even in the Fourth Age, when magic fades and legends grow dim, there are still adventures to be found and dark tidings to be turned aside. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the wind blows from the north, guests at the Prancing Pony speak of seeing a hobbit and an old servant sharing tales with a mysterious cloaked figure keeping watch, in their own small way, over the peace that was so dearly bought. Story 3. Deep in the Blue Mountains, where ancient dwarven halls lay silent beneath centuries of abandonment, Folko Bolger stood before his inheritance, a forge unlike any other in Middle-earth. The young hobbit blacksmith traced his fingers along runes carved into the stone archway, their edges still sharp despite the passing of ages. The forge had come to him through a peculiar will left by Dwalin II, the last master smith of Erdluin, who had seen something special in the hobbit's craft during his rare visits to the Shire. The forge's heart pulsed with an inner light that cast blue-white reflections across the chamber's walls. This was no ordinary fire, but one of the last remaining flames of Durin's folk, kindled from the ancient fires that had once burned in the forges of Moria. Folko had spent weeks learning its temperament, discovering how it sang different notes when working different metals, how it burned hot enough to melt mithril, yet gentle enough to warm the chamber without consuming fuel. On a bitter winter morning, when frost painted crystalline patterns across the forge's high windows, Folko noticed something wrong. The eternal flame flickered and dimmed, its song becoming discordant. Reports began arriving from distant settlements. Forges across Middle-earth were growing cold, their fires refusing to light or dying without explanation. A knock echoed through the chamber, and Folko opened the great door to find a group of travel-worn dwarves. Their leader, an ancient dwarf with a beard white as snow and braided with gold threads, introduced himself as Balin III, descended from the line of Durin's folk who had reclaimed Erebor. "The old fires are dying, young master," Balin said gravely, his eyes fixed on the weakening flame. "A cold drake stirs in the depths of the ancient world, one of the last children of Morgoth's breeding. It seeks to extinguish the sacred flames of our people, to end forever the art of crafting that the Valar themselves taught to all as children." The drake, Balin explained, had awakened in the forgotten depths beneath Moria. Its very presence was enough to chill the deep fires that had burned since the elder days, and its power reached out to quench every forge flame kindled from those ancient sources. "Your flame may be the last," said Thorin Stonehelm, a younger dwarf with keen eyes and burned scars across his arms. "We must protect it, and perhaps use it to rekindle what was lost. But the path to Moria is treacherous, and the drake's servants already search for this place." That night, as if summoned by Thorin's words, they came pale creatures with scales like frost, their breath turning water to ice. The forge's defenses, laid down by generations of dwarven craftsmen, flared to life. Folko found himself fighting alongside the dwarves, wielding a hammer that grew warm in his hands, as if responding to the sacred flame's power. After driving back the attack, they knew they couldn't stay. With careful preparation, Balin and Folko transferred a portion of the eternal flame into a specially crafted lantern, its crystal walls inscribed with runes of protection and preservation. Then began a journey that would be remembered in both Hobbit and Dwarven chronicles. They traveled first through secret ways in the Blue Mountains, paths known only to the Dwarven exiles. Thorin led them through halls where the bones of ancient kingdoms lay buried in silence, their grandeur still visible in carved archways and fallen statues. Each night, Folko tended the flame, learning from Balin the sacred songs that kept it burning pure and bright. Their company grew as they journeyed east. They were joined by Nori the Younger, a dwarf woman whose skill with mechanisms had saved her people during the fall of their eastern delving, and by Gimli, a taciturn warrior who bore axe that had tasted dragon's blood during the Battle of 5 Armies. As they approached the walls of Moria, the air grew colder. Ice crackled across stone surfaces, and their breath frosted in the air. The protected flame in Folko's lantern burned lower with each step, fighting against the drake's power. But it was here, in the greatest crisis, that Folko's hobbit nature proved invaluable. Fire isn't just about power, he said, remembering countless evenings tending the hearth in his family's smile. It's about heart and home and hope. That's why Durin's flame has lasted so long, not just because of its heat, but because of what it represents in the final battle deep beneath the mountains. When they confronted the ice drake in a vast chamber where frozen waterfalls hung like curtains of glass, it wasn't just the flame they carried that saved them. It was Folko's understanding of its true nature. As the drake reared up, its cold power threatening to extinguish their last hope, Folko began to sing not the mighty choruses of dwarven craft songs, but a simple hobbit hearth blessing his grandmother had taught him. The flame in the lantern flared in response, and the dwarves added their voices to his. The drake's power faltered before this unexpected resistance. In that moment, Gimli's axe struck true, and Thorin's sword found its mark. The great beast's death throes shook the cavern, but when the ice dust settled, warmth began to return to the deep places of the world. The eternal flames, though weakened, had not been fully extinguished. With the drake's death, they began to rekindle. Folko's flame was used to restore those that had been lost, and the forges of Middle-earth burned bright once more. In recognition of his service, the dwarves named Folko Flame Friend and taught him secrets of their craft, long hidden from the outside world. The forge in the Blue Mountains became a place where both dwarves and hobbits would gather, sharing not only the techniques of metalwork, but also the stories and songs that kept the flames burning bright. And if you visit the Shire today, you might hear tales of a peculiar hobbit smith whose forge never goes cold, and whose works carry a warmth that goes beyond mere metal. They say that on quiet nights, you can hear ancient songs echoing from his workshop, and see lights that flicker like memories of the elder days, when the world was young, and the first fires were kindled in the deeps of time. In the years that followed, whenever a smith's forge grew cold, or a craftsman's hands lost their skill, they would seek out Folko Flame Friend, who would share not just the eternal flame, but also the wisdom that the smallest hearts often carry the greatest warmth. Story 4. In the rolling hills of Buckland, where the Brandywine River whispered ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen, Estella Brandybuck discovered a treasure beyond imagining. Hidden in the depths of Brandy Hall's vast library, beneath decades of dust and forgotten memories, lay a collection of manuscripts bound in pale leather that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The pages were filled with elegant script that changed color as she turned them, and musical notes that seemed to hover above the parchment like stars in an evening sky. The manuscripts had been left there by an elven scholar during the last days of the Third Age, when many of the firstborn were preparing for their final journey west. Estella, who had inherited both her mother's gift for music and her father's insatiable curiosity about the elder days, found herself drawn to one particular song whose notes seemed to dance with a life of their own. As twilight settled over Buckland one autumn evening, Estella began to sing the ancient verses. Her clear voice carried the elvish words into the gathering darkness, and something extraordinary happened. The air before her shimmered like heat rising from summer stones, and through the shimmer, she glimpsed for just a moment a shore of white sand and crystal towers rising into clouds touched by light no mortal lands had ever known. "Careful, young one," came a melodious voice from the shadows. "Some songs are doorways, and not all doors should be opened so lightly." An elf stepped into the lamplight, his dark hair threaded with silver, his eyes holding the memory of stars. He introduced himself as Linder, one of the few remaining scholars of Rivendell who had not yet heeded the call of the sea. "These are the songs of Twilight," he explained, his finger tracing the shimmering script. "Created in the First Age by the great bard Magler himself, they contain the power to reveal the hidden paths that still connect Middle-earth to the Blessed Realm. We thought them lost in the fall of Beleriand, but it seems they found their way here, waiting for the right voice to wake them. But they were not the only ones who had noticed the song's power. Word spread through hidden channels, reaching the ears of a secret brotherhood of men who called themselves the Seekers of the Western Light. These were descendants of those who had once followed Faraz in his doom-bound quest for immortality, and they had never abandoned their ancestors' forbidden dream of reaching Valinor. The Seekers sent agents to Buckland, disguised as traveling scholars interested in ancient lore. Their leader was a woman named Emrowen, whose beauty could not quite hide the burning ambition in her eyes. She spoke of preservation, of ensuring that the elder wisdom was not lost as the elves departed. But Linder saw the truth in her heart, a desire to force open the doors that the Valar had closed. As autumn deepened into winter, Estella found herself at the center of a hidden struggle. The Seekers attempted to obtain the manuscripts through guile, and, when that failed, through force. But they had not counted on the resilience of hobbits, nor on the deep bonds between the folk of Buckland. When Emrune's men tried to break into Brandy Hall one night, they found themselves confounded by a maze of tunnels and faced with unexpectedly stout resistance from hobbits wielding everything from walking sticks to cooking pans. Linder gathered a small group of elves who had not yet departed, singers, lore masters, and warriors who recognized the danger of the songs falling into wrong hands. Among them was young Erener, whom Linder introduced as a scribe, but who carried himself with the bearing of Valinor itself. His true identity as an emissary sent to ensure all paths to the Blessed Realm were properly sealed before the last ships departed was known only to a few. The manuscripts themselves seemed to resist the Seekers' efforts to claim them. When handled by those with impure intentions, the script would fade to illegibility, the notes scattering across the page like frightened birds. Only in Estella's hands did they retain their mystical clarity, suggesting that some greater power had chosen her as their guardian. The crisis came during the winter solstice, when the veils between worlds grow thinnest. Emrowen had discovered an ancient ritual that she believed would allow her to force the songs to reveal their secrets, regardless of their bearers' intentions. As snow fell over Buckland, the Seekers began their ceremony atop Buckland Hill, using dark arts that should have remained forgotten. But Estella had learned more than just the songs in her months of study. She had come to understand that the true power of the elvish music lay not in its ability to open paths to Valinor, but in its capacity to awaken hope and memory of beauty in mortal hearts. As Emrune's ritual reached its crescendo, Estella began to sing. She sang first of Buckland, of the rivers and fields that generations of hobbits had tended with love. Then she wove in deeper harmonies the songs of trees that remembered the First Age, of stones that had witnessed the shaping of the world. The elves joined her, their voices adding layers of power and mystery, and finally Erener revealed his true nature, bringing to the song echoes of the music of the Aenir themselves. The resulting harmony shattered Emrune's ritual and touched the hearts of even the most hardened Seekers. Some fell to their knees weeping, while others fled, their desperate ambition replaced by a deep understanding that some boundaries were not meant to be crossed. Emrowen herself stood transformed, the bitter fire in her eyes replaced by a wisdom born of acceptance. In the aftermath, It was decided that the songs of Twilight should not be destroyed, but preserved in a way that would prevent their misuse. Estella worked with Linder to transfer the songs onto new pages, weaving into the music itself the understanding that had come to her that the true path to the West could not be forced, but had to be granted freely. The manuscripts were entrusted to the Brandywine family with this wisdom added, that they were not merely a repository of power, but a reminder of the beauty that had once walked in Middle-earth, and of the peace that comes from accepting that some songs are meant to be remembered rather than relived. Today, in the great library of Brandy Hall, visitors sometimes speak of hearing faint music on quiet evenings, songs that fill their hearts with a sweet melancholy and a peace that passes understanding. And if you look carefully among the shelves, you might find a hobbit lass teaching young ones the proper way to sing the old songs, not to open doors, but to remember what lies behind them, and to keep alive the echo of a grace that once touched mortal lands. Story 5. The golden leaves of Lothlorien no longer shimmered with the light of ages past, yet something of their ancient magic lingered still. Hamfast Gamgee, named for his famous great-uncle, the Gaffer, but bearing more resemblance to Samwise the Brave in spirit, stood at the borders of what had once been the realm of the Lady of Light, a letter of impossible origin clutched in his trembling hands. The message had arrived on a morning when mist clung to the Shire's hills like scattered memories, delivered by an eagle whose feathers gleamed with an otherworldly sheen. Written in silver ink that sparkled like starlight, it bore a simple request. The gardens of Lothlorien needed a keeper, and the bloodline of Samwise Gamgee had been chosen for this task. Now, as Hamfast crossed the boundaries of the ancient forest, he felt the weight of history press upon him. The melon trees, though faded from their former glory, still stood impossibly tall, their silver bark catching what little sunlight filtered through the canopy. Here and there, among the fallen leaves and silent paths, patches of Eleanor and Nifreddle bloomed defiantly, their petals glowing with a faint inner light. "Welcome, gardener of the Shire," spoke a voice like wind through ancient branches. An Ent stood before him, younger than most of his kind, but still bearing the weight of centuries. "I'm Quickbeam's son, called Silverleaf in your tongue. The Lady Galadriel left more than memories in this realm, and the time has come for their awakening." The Ent led Hamfast to a garden unlike any he had ever seen. Nestled in a clearing where the last rays of the setting sun painted the world in hues of gold and silver, rows of crystal vessels held seeds that pulsed with gentle light. Each contained, Silverleaf explained, a fragment of the power that had once made Lothlorien the heart of elven magic in Middle-earth. The lady foresaw this time, Silverleaf said, his deep voice resonating with ancient memories. When the last light of the Eldar would fade, but before the age of men fully dawned, she left these seeds in trust, knowing that the hands of the Shire folk, who love all things that grow, would be needed to preserve what beauty remained. But as Hamfast began his work, he discovered that the task was far more complex than simply planting and tending. The seeds responded not just to care and water, but to songs and stories. Each required different tales to be told as they were planted, stories of the elder days, of great deeds and ancient sorrows, of love that transcended the ages. Help came in unexpected forms. A young eagle named Windrider, daughter of Gwaihir's line, became his messenger and friend. She brought him ancient scrolls from the libraries of Gondor and carried word to others who might aid in his task. An aging burning, who could still take the shape of a great bear, came to help clear the paths that had become overgrown. Even the trees themselves seemed to assist, shifting their branches to create patches of perfect light where the most delicate plants needed to grow. Yet shadow crept into even this last haven of elder magic. As the seeds began to sprout, their light attracting attention from far and wide, darker creatures stirred in the depths of the forest. Things that had hidden since the days of Sauron's fall, awaiting a chance to extinguish the last lights of the elder days. One night, As Hamfast tended to a particularly stubborn seed that would only grow when told tales of Biran and Elthine, he heard an ancient evil slithering through the undergrowth. A spawn of Ungoliant, one of the great spiders that had fled into the depths of the world, had sensed the awakening magic and emerged to feast upon the light. But Samwise's descendant proved that courage ran deep in gardener blood. Armed with nothing but his grandfather's pruning shears, which, unbeknownst to him, had been forged in the fires of Mount Doom during Sam's quest, and a handful of soil from Galadriel's garden, Hamfast stood his ground. He cast the blessed earth into the spider's many eyes while reciting his grandfather's favorite elvish blessing, and the creature recoiled, its darkness unable to withstand the light of ages preserved in that handful of soil. The battle attracted unexpected allies. From the depths of the forest came Tom Bombadil, ancient as the land itself, his songs driving back the darkness. The trees themselves awoke, remembering something of their old strength, their branches forming barriers against the evil that had crept into their realm. As dawn broke after that long night, something miraculous occurred. The seeds that Hamfast had planted, responding to the echo of ancient powers awakened by the battle, burst into bloom all at once. The garden filled with light that rivaled the glory of Lothal Reen in its prime, each flower containing a different memory of the elder days. There bloomed the memories of Valinor, flowers whose petals showed glimpses of the undying lands. The tares of Nienna grew in quiet corners, their silver droplets healing ancient hurts in the land. The echoes of Tilperion and Lorlan, plants whose gold and silver light waxed and waned with the sun and moon, cast their gentle radiance over all. Word spread through Middle-earth of the garden's revival. Elves who had not yet sailed west made pilgrimages to see this last flowering of their ancient home. Men came to learn the old stories, which Hamfast now knew by heart. Even the dwarves of the restored Moria sent emissaries, recognizing in these growing things something of the beauty their own craft sought to capture in metal and stone. But perhaps most importantly, hobbits from the Shire began to visit, learning from Hamfast the importance of preserving the memory of beautiful things. They carried back with them not just stories but seedlings blessed by the light of Lothal Reen, ensuring that something of the elder days would survive in their gardens and hearts. Hamfast's garden became known as the Twilight Garden, a place where the light of the elder days still glimmered in Middle-earth. He trained apprentices from all races in the art of tending these magical plants, teaching them the songs and stories that each flower needed to thrive. And though the power of the elves had passed from Middle-earth, in this one corner of the world, their light continued to shine. Years later, travelers would speak of a garden where starlight bloomed in flower form, tended by hobbits who sang ancient elvish songs as they worked. They said that if you visited at just the right moment, when the sun was setting and the first stars were appearing, you might catch a glimpse through the flowers of the ancient glory of Lothal Reen, preserved forever in the growing things of Middle-earth. Story 6. The ancient trees of the old forest stood silent under the pale autumn moon, their twisted branches reaching like gnarled fingers into the mist-shrouded sky. It was in these woods, where the very air seemed thick with memories of ages past, that young Folko Proudfoot first noticed the strange markings. They appeared like wounds in the bark of the oldest trees deep, angular cuts that glowed with a faint blue light in the gathering dusk, reminiscent of the legendary doors of Moria that his uncle had once described from tales of the Ring War. Folko, unlike many of his fellow hobbits who preferred to ignore anything that might disturb their peaceful lives in the restored Shire, couldn't shake the feeling that these markings meant something more. 10 years had passed since the scouring of the Shire, and while peace reigned under the distant rule of King Elisar, something stirred in the depths of the old forest that demanded attention. One crisp morning, as leaves of gold and crimson danced on the autumn breeze, a robin with unusually bright eyes landed on Folko's windowsill at Wildwood Hall, his modest home near the borders of Buckland. The bird carried a message that would change everything. 3 sharp whistles followed by a mournful trill Tom Bombadil's call for aid. The ancient master of the woods, who rarely intervened in the affairs of others, was breaking his silence. Within days, Folko found himself in unusual company. Arthonon, a tall ranger from Athelion with weather-worn features and keen gray eyes, had arrived bearing news from the south. With him came Lorelind, one of the few remaining elves of Lothlorien who had refused the call of the sea, her silver hair and ageless face a reminder of the fading magic of Middle-earth. The most surprising member of their company was Durin's Forge Master, a dwarf scholar named Cosset Finn, who had devoted his life to studying the ancient magics of his people. The markings you found, Arthonon explained as they gathered in Folko's study, are remnants of a curse laid down in the days of the Witch King of Angmar. Our Lord Elisar sent word that similar signs have appeared in the ruins of Fernost. Lorelind's melodious voice carried a note of concern as she added, "The trees remember old sorrows." These marks are like echoes of a dark song that should have ended long ago. Through careful study and Cosset Finn's expertise, they discovered that the runes were part of an ancient binding spell, meant to contain something far older and darker than even Angmar's reign. The defeat of Sauron had weakened ancient wards throughout Middle-earth, and whatever slumbered beneath the old forest was beginning to stir. Their journey into the depths of the forest revealed a landscape transformed by ancient magic. The trees seemed to move of their own accord, their branches weaving patterns against the sky. Tom Bombadil met them in a sunlit glade, his blue coat bright against the autumn colors, but his usually merry face was solemn. "Hey, Dal, merry Dal, dark things wake that should sleep still," he sang, his words carrying power beneath their simple rhythm. "Deep in roots of hill and tree, shadows stir that none should see. Time it is for brave hearts true, to do what small folk best can do." The company descended into the heart of the forest, where the roots of the oldest trees had broken through ancient stonework. Here they discovered a chamber carved with symbols that predated the kingdoms of men. At its center lay a pool of water black as night, its surface occasionally rippling though no wind reached these depths. Cosset Finn's eyes widened as he studied the chamber. "This is older than Moria," he whispered, his voice filled with awe and fear. "These are the marks of the firstborn, from when they woke beneath the stars." It was Folko who realized the truth first. The old forest had been more than just a wood. It had been a prison, designed to contain creatures from the First Age that had escaped the wars of Beleriand. The trees themselves were wardens, their roots forming chains of living power, strengthened by the songs of Tom Bombadil through the ages. But now, something was breaking free. The battle came suddenly and terribly. From the black pool rose shapes of shadow and flame, remnants of ancient Balrogs that had fled the fall of Angmar and hidden in the deep places of the world. The chamber filled with darkness and terrible heat, but here, in this hour of greatest need, each member of the company found their true strength. Lorelind's voice rose in the ancient songs of power, holding the shadows at bay. Arthonon's sword, blessed by the hands of King Elisar himself, blazed with a light that cut through darkness. Cosset Finn used his knowledge of the ancient runes to strengthen the binding spells that had weakened over millennia. And Folko, small but unbowed, remembered what Tom Bombadil had said about what small folk best can do in the midst of battle. As terror and chaos reigned, he began to sing not an epic lay or a powerful spell, but a simple Shire tune about home and hearth and the turning of seasons. His clear voice cut through the darkness like a thread of pure light, reminding the ancient trees of their purpose, awakening their old power. The forest itself responded. Roots surged like waves, branches twisted like living ropes, and the very earth trembled as the old forest reasserted its ancient purpose. The shadows were driven back, bound once more by songs of hobbit, elf, and the timeless magic of Tom Bombadil. When it was over, the chamber was sealed with new wards, written in a combination of elvish script, dwarf runes, and to everyone's surprise, Hobbit garden marks that Folko had adapted from old Shire traditions. Together, they formed a binding stronger than any single power could achieve. As they emerged from the forest into a dawn painted with colors of hope, Folko understood that while the great wars might be over, the need for courage and fellowship remained. The Shire had its own magic, not in grand spells or ancient artifacts, but in the simple strength of those who loved their home enough to protect it. Tom Bombadil's farewell came with both a song and a warning. Ring a dong dillo. The forest stands strong, but guardians it needs, both mighty and small. When darkness creeps near, remember this tale, for shadows may sleep, but never do fail. The company departed ways soon after, but their bond remained. Arthanon would often bring news from the south. Lore-lined as songs could sometimes be heard in the woods on summer evenings, and Cosset Finn established a small forge near Buckland, where he continued his studies. As for Folko, he wrote the tale in the Red Book of Westmark, ensuring that future generations would remember that even in the Fourth Age, magic and wonder still lingered in the quiet corners of Middle-earth. And that sometimes the greatest adventures began with those small enough to notice the important things that others overlooked. Story 7. Dawn's first light crept through the high windows of Dale's restored great library, illuminating dust motes that danced like golden spirits above the ancient scrolls and leather-bound tomes. Among the towering shelves, Primula took, the youngest librarian ever appointed by the Council of Dale, traced her fingers over a weathered manuscript bearing the unmistakable handwriting of Bilbo Baggins. The pages, yellow with age and crinkled from their long journey from Rivendell, contained more than just another of Bilbo's familiar tales. Hidden among his poetic descriptions and meandering observations was something extraordinary, a secret that even the old adventurer had deemed too dangerous to include in his famous Red Book. In the shadows of the Battle of Five Armies, Bilbo had written, while dragons and armies clashed above, something of great power was lost beneath the mountain's roots. The elves speak not of it, but I saw it with my own eyes, the mirror of Celer, and last gift of the Lady of Elrene to her daughter, before she sailed west. Its power, they say, lies not in seeing what is, but in showing what must never be. Primula's discovery set in motion events that would shake the peace of the newly restored kingdoms of the East. Within days, a council gathered in the halls of Dale. Bairn the Younger, who carried his father's legacy of strength and wisdom. Dane Stone Singer, daughter of Dane Ironfoot's most trusted advisor. And Elfwyn, one of the few elves who still dwelt in the shadows of Mirkwood, now called the Wood of Greenleaves. The mirror must be found, Elfwyn declared, his ancient eyes reflecting centuries of concern. In these days of restoration, its power could mend what was broken or shatter what healing has begun. Bairn the Younger, massive like his father, but with a gentler disposition, spoke next. The wild things whisper of darkness stirring in the gray mountains. If this mirror can truly show paths of doom, we cannot risk it falling into the wrong hands. The journey began on a crisp autumn morning, when the leaves of the restored Dale shimmered like copper and gold. Primula, despite protests about her small stature and scholarly nature, proved her worth immediately. Bilbo's manuscript contained riddles about the mirror's location, and her quick mind unraveled them one by one. Their path took them through lands, still healing from the War of the Ring. The group followed the running river northward, where ancient dwarf roads lay half-hidden beneath decades of growth. Dane Stone Singer's knowledge of her people's crafts revealed markers and signs invisible to others' secret ways that had once connected the kingdoms of dwarves in their glory days. At night, around campfires that kept the wilderness at bay, Bairn shared tales of his father's battles and the changing world they now inhabited. The shadow has passed, he would say, stoking the flames, but its echoes remain. We who inherit this peace must also inherit its vigilance. Their first true challenge came at the ford of Carrick, where river trolls, driven north by the changing realms of men, had made their lair. It was Primula, drawing on tales from Bilbo's adventures, who suggested challenging them to a riddle game. The trolls, as much impressed by her boldness as by her wit, not only let them pass, but revealed ancient secrets about the underground ways beneath the Grey Mountains. Deep in those mountains, they discovered a vast network of caves that bore the marks of both dwarvish and elvish craft. Here, Dane's stone singer's eyes lit up with recognition. These are the halls of assembly, she breathed, her voice echoing in the crystalline chambers, where, in the First Age, dwarves and elves met and counseled before the great sundering of our peoples. It was in these halls that they found their first true clue to the mirror's location. Ancient murals showed a procession of elves bearing a mirror northward, following a path marked by 7 stars. Elfwin's knowledge of elvish lore provided the key, the stars of Ormi, he explained. Markers left by the Vala himself when he first led the elves westward, but they were not alone in their quest. Shadows moved in the deep places, taking forms that brought terror even to Bern's stout heart. The remnants of Sauron's forces, ORCs, and worse things that had fled north after their master's fall, had been drawn by the mirror's power. In the darkness of the mountain's heart, they laid their ambush. The battle that followed would live long in song. Bern, taking his father's bear shape, held a narrow bridge against dozens of foes. Dane's stone singer's axe flashed like lightning in the gloom, each stroke backed by generations of dwarvish battlecraft. Elfwin's arrows found marks in the darkness that no mortal eye could see. And Primula, small but undaunted, remembered something else from Bilbo's manuscript, a simple hobbit song that, when sung in these ancient halls, awakened lights that had slept for ages in the crystal walls. The cavern blazed suddenly with starlight, driving back the creatures of darkness and revealing the path they sought. The mirror they finally found was both more and less than they had expected. Set in a chamber deep beneath the earth, its surface showed not reflection, but possibility, glimpses of paths not taken, choices not made, and futures that hung by threads as fine as spider's silk. But with understanding came wisdom. The mirror had not been lost, but hidden placed there by the foresight of elves who knew that some knowledge was too dangerous for any one people to possess. Its true power lay not in its magic, but in bringing together those who sought it. The company made their choice. Under Elfwin's guidance and Dane's craftsmanship, they sealed the chamber anew, but not before using the mirror's power to strengthen the bonds between their peoples. They saw, in its depths, the importance of maintaining the alliances forged in darkness, even in times of light. Returning to Dale, Primula completed Bilbo's manuscript, adding their own tale as a reminder that the greatest treasures of Middle-earth were not its magical artifacts, but the friendships that survived their seeking. The manuscript found its place in the library, where it remains to this day a testament to the adventures still possible in a world growing ever more settled and sure. And on quiet evenings, when the sun sets behind the lonely mountain, those who know the tale say you can still hear echoes of Primula's riddle song in the ancient halls beneath the earth, where the mirror sleeps, guarding its secrets for generations yet to come. Story 8. The setting sun painted long shadows across the western hills of the Shire, where new hobbit settlements had begun to flourish in the early years of the Fourth Age. Among these pioneers was Merry Addoc, young Merry Brandybuck, named after his famous uncle who had ridden with the Rohirrim. Unlike most hobbits who were content to till their gardens and ignore the world beyond, young Merry felt the call of ancient stones and forgotten tales. It began on a misty morning when his plow struck something harder than earth, a ring of weathered stone bearing markings that seemed to glow faintly in the pre-dawn light. The discovery brought Halbarad the Younger, a ranger of the north and son of one of Aragorn's fallen companions, riding swiftly from Minus, the restored capital of Arnor. These are the markers of the Old Watch, Halbarad explained, his gray eyes reflecting the wisdom of his lineage. When Arnor stood proud, before its sundering, these hills housed watchtowers that guarded the realm's western approaches. What you found, Master Brandybuck, may be more significant than you realize. Within days, scholars arrived from Minas Tirith, led by the learned Lady Elendil, whose family had preserved the lore of Arnor through the long years of its decline. Among them was Durin's lorekeeper, a dwarf sage named the Stone Reader, who had devoted his life to studying the ancient alliances between the kingdoms of men and the halls of his ancestors. As they excavated the site, a story emerged from stone and soil. The hill had once housed not just a watchtower, but a waypoint in a vast network that had connected the kingdoms of the Dí Nídain. Beneath centuries of earth lay chambers filled with artifacts from the days when Elendil's sons still ruled the North Kingdom. Look here, there are called one evening, his lantern illuminating runes carved into a weathered arch. These speak of the gates of twilight passages through which the guards of Arnor could move swiftly in times of need. Some, they say, led to places beyond mortal lands. Their work attracted unwanted attention. Remnants of the hillmen who had once served Angmar still dwelt in the northern wastes, and word of the excavation reached their ears. These men, nursing ancient grudges and dark traditions, saw an opportunity to reclaim artifacts of power from the kingdom that had cast down their ancestors. The attack came on a moonless night. The hillmen, led by a warrior wearing armor marked with symbols of Angmar, struck with surprise and savage force. But young Mary, who had studied the old records, remembered something crucial. The watchtower had not been merely a fortress, but a seal, keeping at bay things far darker than mortal raiders. In the chaos of battle, as rangers and scholars fought alongside hobbit settlers, ancient mechanisms awakened. The ground trembled, and from sealed chambers rose the ghostly forms of ancient guardians, the spirits of Arnor's watchmen who had sworn oaths beyond death to protect the realm's boundaries. Lady Elendil's voice rose in the darkness, speaking words of power preserved in the libraries of Gondor. By the light of Elendil's star, by the oaths of the faithful, rise now and remember your charge. The spectral guardians, their forms shimmering with an inner light that recalled the glory of ancient Enmenor, engaged the hillmen. Yet their power was both blessing and curse, for as they drove back the raiders, the very foundations of the hill began to crack, threatening to release whatever darker force the watchtower had been built to contain. It fell to young Mary to make a crucial choice. Among the artifacts they had uncovered was a silver horn, its surface etched with scenes of the foundation of Arnor. The records spoke of it as the Horn of the Western Mark, used to rally the defenders of the realm's boundaries. But using it, the texts warned, would bind its bearer to the ancient oaths of the watchtower's guardians. As shadow and chaos threatened to overwhelm them, young Mary lifted the horn to his lips. Its call rang out across the hills, clear and true as it had in the days of Elendil. The sound awakened something in the land itself. Ancient wards, laid by the Dí Nídain, stirred to life, and the very stones remembered their purpose. The earth sealed itself, the guardians faded, having fulfilled their final duty, and the hillmen fled before the power of ancient Arnor reborn. When dawn came, the watchtower stood restored, its white stones gleaming in the morning light. But the horn's call had done more than save them. It had bound young Mary to the tower's purpose. King Elisar himself, upon hearing of the events, declared the site a joint protectorate of the Shire and the reunited kingdom. The Western Hills became a place where the histories of hobbits and men intertwined, where rangers and scholars could study the ancient ways, and where the wisdom of the past could guide the growth of new settlements. Young Mary took up the mantle of Warden of the Western Gate, establishing a tradition that would be passed down through generations of Brandybucks. Under his guidance, the watchtower became not just a fortress, but a center of learning where the lore of Arnor was preserved and studied. Lady Elendil remained as an advisor, establishing a library that rivaled those of Minas Tirith in its collection of northern lore. The Stone Reader founded a school where dwarves and men could study the ancient crafts that had built the watchtowers. And Halbarad the Younger ensured that the rangers would always keep a presence there, maintaining the ancient alliance between the Dee Dane and the people of the Shire. In years to come, travelers would speak of the lights that burned through the night in the tower on the western hills, where hobbits and men together kept watch over the boundaries of the realm. They said that on clear evenings, one might still hear the sound of the horn of the Western Mark, calling not to war, but as a reminder of the oaths that bound the free peoples together in the dawn of a new age. And in the restored archives of Minus, scribes added a new chapter to the histories of the North Kingdom, the tale of how a hobbit farmer's curiosity had helped restore one of the ancient watchposts of Arnor, proving that even in an age of peace, guardians were still needed, and that the smallest of folk could uphold the greatest of traditions. Story 9. Mist rose from the Brandywine River in serpentine coils, wreathing the busy docks of Bucklebury in a pearly haze as dawn broke over the prosperous port town. Rosa Bolger stood at her counting house window, watching as a merchant vessel from distant Gondor made its way upstream, its white sails bearing the tree and stars of the reunited kingdom. Among the routine manifests and trade agreements delivered that morning was a curious piece of parchment, a fragment of a map, so ancient its edges crumbled at her touch. The writing was unlike anything she had seen in her years of trading with the South Kingdom, neither the flowing script of Gondor nor the angular runes of the North. Instead, the markings seemed to shimmer and change in the morning light, revealing and concealing secrets with each shifting shadow. The mystery deepened when Captain Thorongil of Gondor, a weathered mariner with eyes that had seen the far shores of Ron, recognized the script. "These are waymarks of the faithful," he declared, his voice hushed with reverence. "From the days when ships of Enmenor still sailed these waters, before the breaking of the world, word spread quickly through the restored networks of the kingdom, bringing an unexpected company to Bucklebury's shores. From Minas Tirith came Lady Esreen, a scholar of ancient seafaring whose family had preserved the lore of Enmenor's harbor masters. The plains of Rowan sent Owen Swiftstream, daughter of a marshal who had inherited her father's love of rivers and her mother's gift for reading the secrets of water and wind. The fragments spoke of an ancient waterway, a route that had once connected the northern havens of the Enmenreens to their inland settlements. More importantly, they hinted at something lost during the fall of Arnor, a chain of riverside waypoints where ships could find safe harbor and replenish supplies preserved by arts now forgotten. The Brandywine was known to them as Baranduin. Lady Esreen explained one evening as they pored over the fragments in Rose's study. They saw in it an echo of the great rivers of Enmenor. These waypoints weren't mere harbors, they were gateways, places where the wisdom of the Sea Kings was preserved. Their journey began as summer waned, when the river ran low and clear. Rose's trading vessel, the Hobbit's Fortune, was joined by boats from Gondor and sleek river craft of Rohirrim design. They followed the ancient marks upstream, where the Brandywine wound through lands that had once been part of the kingdom of Cardolan. The first challenge came at the Withywindle confluence, where the waters turned treacherous with hidden currents. Here, Owen's gift revealed its worth. She could read the river's moods as clearly as others read books, guiding them through passages that would have swallowed lesser vessels. But they were not alone in their quest. The last pirates of the Greyflood, descendants of those who had plagued the coasts since Arnor's fall, had their own interests in the ancient waterways. Their ships, lean and dark, shadowed the expedition's progress, waiting for a moment of vulnerability. The confrontation came at the Gates of Dawn, a narrow gorge where ancient Enmenreen stonework could still be seen in the cliff faces. As morning light speared through the mist, the pirates struck. Their attack was well planned, but they hadn't counted on the combined wisdom of their quarry. Captain Thorongil's crew fought with the discipline of Gondor's Marines, while Rohirrim rivercraft executed maneuvers that seemed to defy the water's flow. Rose's knowledge of the river's merchants proved invaluable. She knew every hidden cove and shallow where a ship might find advantage. The battle's tide turned when Lady Esreen, drawing on her ancient lore, spoke words of power that awakened the sleeping stone of the gorge. The very cliffs seemed to shift, revealing passages that had been hidden for ages. Through these channels, they escaped their pursuers and discovered the first of the ancient waypoints, a harbor carved into living rock, its waters still clean and deep after thousands of years. What they found there exceeded their wildest hopes. The waypoint contained not just safe harbor, but preserved knowledge, waterproof scrolls, and artifacts protected by arts of Enmenor that had survived the kingdom's drowning. Among these treasures was a complete map of the ancient waterway network, showing how the rivers had once formed a vital artery of trade and communication through the North Kingdom. But with discovery came responsibility. The pirates were not the only threat. The knowledge they had found could reshape the politics of the restored kingdoms. Rosa understood that the waterways needed to be reopened carefully, in a way that would benefit all the free peoples without disturbing the peace that had been so dearly won. Working with her allies, she developed a plan. The Brandywine Trading Company was established, jointly owned by interests from the Shire, Gondor, and Rowan. The ancient harbors would be restored one by one, becoming not just ports but centers of learning where the lore of the Sea Kings could be studied and preserved. Captain Thorongil remained as master of the river fleet, training a new generation of pilots in the ancient arts of navigation. Lady S. Reen established a school of river lore where the wisdom of Enmenor could be shared with all who wished to learn. Owen Swiftstream became the first Rohirrim river master, strengthening the bonds between the horse lords and their allies through the shared waters. The Brandywine, once a sleepy river known mainly to hobbits, became a vital link in the restored kingdoms. Ships from Gondor sailed regularly to Bucklebury, bringing goods and knowledge from the south. Rohirrim traders established seasonal camps along the banks, where horses and river craft together carried the commerce of a new age. And Rosa Bolger, whose curiosity had sparked this renaissance, became known as the mistress of the river roads. In her counting house, now expanded into a grand hall overlooking the bustling port, she kept the ancient fragments that had started their quest, a reminder that the greatest journeys often begin with the smallest discoveries. The pirates, those who survived, eventually made peace with the new order, their knowledge of the river's secrets earning them honest work as guides and pilots. The waters that had once divided the kingdoms now united them, carrying not just trade but understanding between the peoples of the West. In the archives of Minas Tirith, this time became known as the opening of the rivers, when ancient ways were restored and new friendships forged. But in the Shire, they simply called it the tale of how Rosa Bolger made the Brandywine sing with the songs of the Sea Kings, proving once again that even in an age of peace, adventure could still be found flowing past one's very doorstep. Story 10. The white towers of Minas Tirith gleamed like pearls in the morning sun as Fredegar Pilva, Bard of the Shire, approached the great city for the first time. His heart thundered beneath his travel-worn cloak, not from the long journey south, but from the weight of the responsibility he carried. In his pack, carefully wrapped in oilcloth, lay the collected songs of the Shire, entrusted to him by the Thane himself for preservation in the great library of Gondor. The summons had come from King Elisar himself, carried by a ranger who spoke of a grand project, the gathering of all songs and tales of the free peoples into a single great collection. But as Fredegar would soon discover, there was more to this mission than mere archival work. In the libraries of the White City, Fredegar met his collaborators, Lady Celebriel, one of the few remaining elves of Rivendell who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth to complete Elrond's final works. Master Gullin the Younger, a dwarf sage who had inherited his father's love of lore and history. And Ervain, a scholar of Gondor whose family had preserved the songs of Enmenor through the long years of exile. It was Lady Celebriel who first noticed something extraordinary in Fredegar's collection of hobbit songs. "Listen," she said one evening, her fingers tracing the notes of an old Shire walking song. This melody, it echoes an ancient elvish lay of the First Age. Not a simple resemblance, but a true echo. As if both songs sprang from the same ancient root, the discovery sparked a fever of research. More connections emerged. Harvest songs that shared rhythms with the work songs of Moria, lullabies that carried echoes of Enmenrin sea chanties, and dance tunes that matched the patterns of lost ballads from the courts of Arnor. "This is no coincidence," Arvain declared, his eyes bright with excitement. "The songs remember what history has forgotten. There must be more to the story of the hobbits than even they know." Their search led them to the ancient archives beneath the city, where records from the time before the breaking of Enmenr lay preserved in sealed vaults. Here, they found references to a people called the Kudik, who had lived on the western shores of Middle-earth in the Second Age, trading with both elves and the men of Westerness. But the true breakthrough came when Gulen recognized symbols carved into the corners of some of the oldest Hobbit song sheets, marks that matched those found in the deep places of the Blue Mountains, where both dwarves and elves had once dwelt in the days before the sun. Their research was interrupted by urgent news from the north. Rangers had discovered ancient ruins in the hills between Eriador and the Misty Mountains, ruins that bore inscriptions matching the mysterious symbols they had been studying. The journey north became an adventure in itself. They traveled with the company of the king's guards, but the ancient roads held their own dangers. In the Weather Hills, they encountered winds that seemed to whisper in forgotten tongues. Near the ruins of Fernost, they found stone circles where the very air hummed with forgotten melodies. The ruins themselves lay in a hidden valley that seemed untouched by the passing of ages. Here, carved into walls of gleaming stone, they found the truth, a great hall of music, where in the dawn of days, the different peoples of Middle-earth had gathered to share their songs and stories. This was a meeting place, Lady Celebriel breathed, her voice full of wonder, where the first awakened elves taught their songs to those who would become the ancestors of hobbits. Men, and even, perhaps, taught the dwarves to hear the music in stone. But the hall held more than just history. As they explored its chambers, Fredegar began to hear something not with his ears, but with his heart. The stones themselves seemed to sing, each note awakening memories of songs he had known all his life, but never truly understood. Acting on instinct, he began to sing an old Shire walking song. Lady Celebriel joined in with an elvish harmony, their voices weaving together in the ancient acoustic. Gulen added a deep dwarven chant, and Arvain contributed a Gondorian counterpoint. As their voices merged, the hall awakened. The walls began to glow with a soft light, and in that radiance, they saw visions of the past, the first meetings of the free peoples, the sharing of songs and stories that had bound them together before the breaking of the world. They saw how the hobbits had once been wanderers who carried songs from all the peoples of Middle-earth, preserving them in simple tunes that could survive ages of forgetting. But with this discovery came responsibility. The hall was more than a historical curiosity. It was a reminder of how music had once united all the free peoples. In an age where the elves were departing and the world of men was beginning, such connections needed to be preserved more than ever. Under King Elisar's authority, the hall was restored. Fredegar became its first keeper, establishing a school where the songs of all peoples could be studied and preserved. Lady Celebriel remained to teach the ancient elvish songs before the last of her kind departed. Gulen established a chamber where the deep music of the dwarves could resonate with the melodies of other races. The hall became known as the Singing Stones, a place where the traditions of all free peoples were honored and preserved. Hobbits from the Shire would make the journey south to learn the true meaning of their old songs. Gondorian nobles would come to hear the ancient melodies of their Enmenrin ancestors. Dwarf singers would share the deep harmonies of their mountain halls. And Fredegar, who had begun his journey as a simple collector of Shire songs, found himself at the heart of something far greater, the preservation not just of music, but of the ancient bonds between all the free peoples of Middle-earth. In the great library of Minas Tirith, a new volume was added to the histories, The Songs of the West, which told of how a Hobbit bard had helped rediscover the musical heritage that united all the free peoples. And on quiet evenings, when the sun set behind the White Mountains, those who listened carefully could hear the mingled voices of hobbit, elf, dwarf, and man rising from the singing stones, carrying echoes of an age when all peoples sang together under the young stars of Middle-earth.